Thank you very much and welcome to the Festival of the New European Bauhaus, a 5-day event where communities, citizens, change makers and creators come together to shape a more sustainable, a more inclusive, a more vibrant future through creativity and innovative ideas. Now, this festival has 3 parts: a forum, which is the conference with live debates and discussions, and an exhibition, a fair, showcasing cutting-edge concepts and initiatives that are already transforming our world. Both of these are taking place inside of the museum, and also you can find amazing art installations there. Here, at this stage, this is the Fest, a celebration of Europe through music, through dance, through theatre and creative workshops. Over 18 European countries are represented here, with almost 100 artists taking the stage during the festival. And you're here. All of you, yes, and you as well, and you online, because we're streaming to a global audience. So welcome everyone for joining us for this festival. My name is Marieke IJskoot. I'm a sustainable lifestyle expert as well as a speaker and presenter, and it's a real honor to be your master of ceremonies for this program here. Now, every day from 1:30 to 9 here at this Fest Stage Park, you can experience live performances, and each day has a theme. And today's theme is deaf accessibility, innovation, and experimentation. In front of our stage, from now on till I think 5:30, am I right? Yes. There's a couple of amazing workshops that you can take part in, both inside the cabins and hopefully when it's not raining so much anymore in the nearby park as well. We have a workshop of the day, which is a textile workshop where you can create small woven pieces yourself using recycled yarns and fabric scraps. It's a really creative way to work with sustainability yourself. But there's also seed bomb making, one of my favorite and the only bomb really we should be making, of course. There is dance, and there is an eco-design recycling workshop, and a lot more. There's so much to choose from, right? So much to choose from, but don't go anywhere right now, because we have a very, very special performance. Actually, it's not really a performance. It's more of a participation, I would say, because we're kicking off with Dance It Out. It's a participatory dance project, and it's focused on using movement as a tool for emotional release, for self-expression, and for collective well-being, which we sometimes all need, indeed. This workshop is open for people from all ages, all backgrounds. Dance experience is not needed, because dance, and I think this is such a good statement, belongs to everyone and to all of us. Don't worry, we're not going to learn a choreography. This is all about dancing out your emotions, bringing confidence and experiencing joy through movement. I must say, I cannot wait. So please welcome, originated from Italy, now based in the Netherlands, it's Melania delle Compagnie.
Hi everyone, thank you for the introduction. My name is Melania. I'm originally from Italy, but I'm based in Amsterdam for 3 years now. And today I'm facilitating this Dance It Out workshop, which is a movement workshop. This is going to be a very safe space. Nobody is going to judge you, and you don't have to judge your body in this moment. It's been a while I haven't given this workshop now, because since November I had like a huge breakdown, so my body asked me to stop, and so I had to listen to it. And this was because I was looking for a strong structure to hold on to outside myself without looking inside. So today we're gonna look at our body as an architecture of a house, because our body is our home. We don't just have a body, we live in it. So I would like to start with a question for all of you guys. How at home do you feel in your body today? You don't have to answer right now. You can, if you want to share something, of course you can. Otherwise, you can just keep this question for you for the whole session, and we can get back to it afterwards. But how do we move through our internal house? Are there spaces we avoid, we overuse, or we don't even know that well? And most of all, have you ever asked yourself this question, if you feel at home in your body? If there are these spaces you don't know or you overuse? Have you ever looked inside your body at its structure? So if you want, I will invite you to join this space so we can get through it all together. Please, if you do it, just take off your shoes. Don't feel shy. It's gonna be cozy place, a space we are gonna share in this hour. You can also start from there, and then whenever you feel like, just come in. You don't need like sporty clothes, it's fine. Just feel whatever your body feels like doing. Okay, you can take any position you want. If you feel like standing up, sitting down, laying down, just feel free to do it. Yeah, it would be nice to create this circle, so it's kind of safer. It's our space for today, for this hour. Yes, so if you wanna sit down or lay down, feel free to do it, or of course you can also change your body position during the practice. That's also super fine. Just try to listen to your body and don't judge it. Feel free to move however you want. Okay. Do we want to do like as we are very little people, a short round of names? If you want? No? No? Okay, let's start. Then I will ask you to close your eyes. Just listen to your breath and take time to arrive to your house, to your home. And again, this is a safe space. Don't judge it. Let's start feeling your feet. Put your attention in your feet. Your feet are your foundation, the ground of your house. Feel where your weight falls, where the structure meets the floor. Maybe move your feet, shift the weight a little bit, and notice how the house responds. Feel the ground with your toes, with your heels. Open and close your toes. Slowly let the movement travel to the ankles. Feel if they are stable, if they're really supporting you in this moment. Maybe rotate them if you feel like. Let the movement travel to your knees. Try to look your body from inside, how your knees look from inside, not from outside. Slowly move your attention to the hips. Try to rotate your hips from inside. Try to discover new movements you can do from your hips. The rest of the body just follows. This is the base that holds everything. Is it stable? Is it shifting? Do you feel it alive? Imagine the foundation of your house. Does it feel solid? Does it adapt to the rest of your body? With this same feeling, we move our attention to the spine. This is the central structure of the house. And slowly we start to move it. Just small movements first. Maybe curving, extending, spiraling. This part is what supports you, what organizes your space. Let the spine lead the movement and allow the rest of the body follow. How does your structure behave? Notice if it's rigid, flexible, responsive. And don't forget to let your breath lead the movement. Now we go deeply inside our house. Bring your breath to your torso, to your internal space. Notice your breath, how it expands and softens the space inside. Let the movement come from the inner volume, not from the surface. Try to make softer, more fluid movement. Imagine the rooms inside you, all the spaces, and notice if they're open, quiet, if they're holding something. Try to move as if you were expanding from within. Now we start opening our house. Bring your attention to the joints, to the arms, to your breath. Start with little movements from your joints, from your arms, and notice your breath. These are the doors of your house, where the inside meets the outside. If you want, you can start opening your eyes. If it feels too much, you can close them again and then open them again whenever you feel ready to do it. Our gaze is like the windows of the house, is what connects the inside with outside. Try to stay and keep this feeling. Try to look inside your body. Don't forget about any body part. And notice how you move from the foundation of your house to the structure, to the doors, without forgetting about anything. You can stay on your spot. Don't judge your body. There's no right movement or wrong. It's just your movement is just a different way to inhabit. There's no right way. Just try to feel your feet on the ground, your toes, your heels. And then go up to the knees, your hips, the spine, your shoulders, the neck. Let the movement travel from the bottom to up, from in to out. We can slowly start bringing our house around the space if we want to. Keep this feeling. Don't forget about the structure. And let's try to explore the space. We can come back in whenever we want, and then go out anytime. We can release anything we need to, and then withdraw the movement. We can open our eyes and close them again. We can go up, up, and then fall. Let's start moving through the space. Slowly, you can just walk and then keep the feeling you had before. Don't forget about your fingertips, your ears, your hips. Let's try maybe to change the speed of our movement, and let's go through the whole space. Let's explore it. This is the space we're living in this moment. Yes, it's warm. Move your wrists. Open the rib cage. Don't forget to notice your breath from within. Are the rooms we didn't explore or that felt more uncomfortable for you? Maybe you can just stay in one room more and then release it. Just try. You don't have to rush, just feel it. Maybe there's a space you are more stuck in. We can also go feel the floor. Remember, there's no right or wrong, we're just exploring. Of course, we're cohabiting this space with other people, so watch out for other people's space. Let's try to change the speed. Sometimes. Yes. And maybe levels. We can go up and then down again. You can all join if you want. Just come. Yeah. Let's explore the whole space. Let's try not to leave any empty space. If we see an empty space, there we go. And then we all try to go a bit faster. Don't think where you're going. It's not always necessary. Just go. And don't forget to breathe. Just go. And faster, faster. Yes. Just try to release everything. Don't forget about any body part. Also the hair can move. Don't forget about your elbows, ankles. Yes, your toes. Welcome. And other people, of course. It's tricky. And we all go to the floor now. Explore any movement you can do. Get out your comfort zone. Let the breath lead your movement. All right. Okay, now we let the elbow lead the movement. So the elbow goes and the rest of the body follows. Yes. And now the knees. Yes, just go. Don't think about what you're doing and where you're going. And now the chest is gonna lead the movement. So, oof. lead the movement. Don't be stuck with the rest of your body. Just shoulders first. And then the rest of the body. Yes. Of course, you can step in and out whenever you want. And now we let the hips lead the movement. But maybe my right hip wants to go there, but the left one to another part. Yes, there's also something we can do. Let's explore it. And now we connect the whole body. From the toes, from the foundation of our house, to up to the doors. So open your eyes. The gaze is very important. And we slow down the movement. All together, very slow. And slowly we go to the floor. What a timing with music. And we're here. Thank you for, I hope you're warm enough. I am. Okay, so if somebody else wants to join now, this is the right moment. Wanna come? We're gonna just draw something now. So if you wanna join, I got papers for you. Yes, this is for you. This is for you. This is for you. Wanna join? Wanna join? There you go. For you. For you. You guys wanna join? There you go. There you go. Yes. Who else? You? Oh, okay. Oh, all right, so you can come with the papers here in the circle. You don't have to verbally participate, but you guys want to join? You want to come join our circle, please? All right, so I got something for you guys you can use. Maybe we make a smaller circle so you can all get something. Yes, let's play. Come. Vuoi venire? Vuoi disegnare? Ok. Here we are. So, yeah, no, sorry. All right. So, thank you for this first part. It was amazing. We don't have a lot of time, but if somebody wants to share something shortly, it's free to do it. Like something you felt, if it's the first time you do something similar, if it was difficult to like go inside, if I sounded crazy, that's also possible. Yeah. Yeah, the structure is one. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes we need. That we are all one. Yeah. But sometimes we all are. That's why I say it's not just for dancers, because we all, especially dancers, we all try to stay in our comfort zone, right? Like especially during improvisation and something, we all go to the movements we already know, or to the rooms, let's say, or body parts we know pretty well, and we know we are comfortable in. Oh, yeah, it's not for me.
What was the example of the house?
Yeah.
Because I was not
You
here.
just joined. So at the beginning, I said like that today we are going to explore our body as an architecture of a house, because our body is our home, and we don't just have a body, but we live in it. So we then explored through kind of a movie meditation, let's say. Our inner structure from the feet to the gaze. So feet are the foundation of our house, and then of course the spine is the main structure, so the pillar of our house, and then the joints, the gaze, arms are the doors and the windows of the house. It's what connects the inner space to the outside. So what allows us to, of course, share our lives with others, because we don't live just on our own. So this is the connection from the inner world to the outside world. So at this point, so it's good that you asked. You wanted to say something?
I'm not sure. I observed only the last part of the exercise, so I haven't seen from the beginning what was the purpose. But the part what I've seen, it seems to me like I'm seeing the Brussels itself. It was so much house, but in the same time it's completely had sense if you look at the general picture. And now having this concept of house, I mean, for those especially who are living in this city, it's completely makes sense since it's our house.
Nice.
Okay, yes, that's my observation.
Nice.
Sorry.
So you thought about that before knowing about the concept?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
the singers.
yeah,
That's
exactly.
nice. Thank you for sharing. Does anybody else want to share something? Yeah.
I really like this part where we were leading with different body parts, because it brings you out of like this like normal way that you move, like when you walk or just also when you dance. Like also when I dance, like when I go clubbing or something, I always dance in a very similar way, and this brings out like a totally new movement that I would have not thought about it otherwise.
Yes. Yeah, that's very important. Thank you for sharing. Okay, so usually, as I said at the beginning, the workshop is like 2 hours, so it will be very, very much slower, like the embodiment part, but it's super fun like this. We will try to go to the next step. So after embodying this concept, I like you to put it on the paper. So what you felt or what you saw, you didn't do the exercise, but I think you can get there anyway. You can take anything you want from there. There's no. Oh, these are colors, by the way. Yeah. So it doesn't have to be a real drawing with solid meaning, but it's just what you felt and what you saw when you went inside your house. So it might be more similar to a house, might be more similar to a body. It depends, or to, I don't know, whatever you've seen. Don't worry about the shape or whatever is gonna come out. Take whatever you want, and maybe this is just a suggestion, just use simple lines or shapes, and then maybe the areas that felt stronger, more present and inhabited, you can do it like more defined, thicker, or you can put more color, I don't know. And then the spaces that felt more fragile and empty, distant, you can make them like lighter, or maybe also you can leave space. Just try to go back to whatever you felt. You can close your eyes for a moment again, and then just draw it and give it a color if you want. Yeah. So here you go. You can take anything you want. Oh, there are crayons here also. Feel completely free to, I don't know. I was told I could do this. You can choose, you can draw first, and then if you saw a specific color, you can just use it. So the drawing has to follow the sensations and not the logic. There's no logic in this case. You want to do it? Maybe remark the parts that you felt more, you were stuck in. draw really what you saw inside and not outside. Tougher, right?
No, I think it's not so easy to divide that.
Maybe you had it very connected, so that's also fine.
Yes.
But the important thing is that it started from within, like
Okay.
not just the floor people you saw, but the sensations you had. Try to focus also more on the lines, if they were broken or stronger based on the feelings and the strength you felt in those body parts. Maybe you can just leave empty part. There's no, I mean, mine doesn't have any sense, you know? It's just how I
I
felt.
mean, about what you said about empty part, when I look at my paper, there's no space for
Depends
empty
on
part.
how you look
How
at
you
it.
are-
This
yes.
is empty, this is also empty, you know, everything is space.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe you see the emptiness very full. That's also possible. Okay, just try to find a closing to your masterpiece. Very beautiful. And if you don't want to share it, you don't have to. You can just keep it for you. It's all fine. Also, like when I started, I asked a question. Nobody replied if you don't have to. And it's like, how at home you feel in your body today. So just keep it for you. Is everybody done? Yeah? How was it to like draw what you saw and what you moved?
Quite complex.
Quite complex. I think you. Ha. Yeah.
Yes, for me it's to divide or separate inside and outside. It's not that easy. I'm on this festival because I want to meet people, so I feel, and then especially here in the workshop, we are together, so that was what I felt a lot. But the inside is as well that I saw my knee hurts. The feet are important. I think the middle of the body is quite connected, but the head always tries to interfere.
Yeah, of course.
But I feel good.
Okay, that's good. You don't have to share if you don't want to, just if you feel like.
For me, it's a needed exercise, this, especially when you work a lot in very stressful job. I think it's an experience to do, and drawing needs even more time to do it, but I know we don't have. So it's something that we should bring at home, indeed.
Yeah, because especially like for people that are in our field, we always think about the network,
Absolutely.
of what surrounds us, you know, and it's very hard to look inside sometimes.
It's very important to this kind
Yeah.
of exercise.
For me, yes, it was quite complex to draw what is inside and outside my body, also because exactly the head sometimes really get into the way every time, so it feels confusion, especially when you're working that much, and you don't realize that, I mean, you kind of realize that every part of your body is a different line, but indeed everything is connected and we're working in synchro so that everything actually works well together. So I think it's nice to always remember that even though sometimes you feel that your knee hurts and you're not doing enough, that in the end everything your body is doing is synchronizing, and it's always nice to remember that.
Thank you for sharing.
For me, I was not inside here, we were out there, but
Yeah.
looking at it, it was also interesting to see how not only you see how the specific person is moving and feeling with their body, but also how they're all doing it together, because with the music and with your own like movements, you are also kind of synchronizing between yourselves, let's say. So I was trying to like draw what I imagined that the lines would be on the floor, and in the end they were all connected in somehow. Like, and it was not planned, of course.
Yeah.
So that was also interesting.
Yeah, that's nice what you said, what you say, because it's really important to, of course, feel like how we feel within, but also then our body needs to adapt to the space and indeed to the other people that are co-living the
Yeah,
same
like
space.
even
So
if
it's automatic, right?
yeah, even if everyone was thinking about their body and their movement, nobody was, you know, kind of looking at themselves and clashing into someone else. Like everything was flowing well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also one of those who observing it from outside, so it was difficult for me to express something what I felt inside. But I, observing by you are doing so, I've definitely noticed a lot of the turning moves. So probably that's why it's encouraged me to draw a planet. Our planet, because it's also completely constantly turning as you did. So, and also in the topic of the home and Bauhaus and so on, I also wrote and depicted Europe. I mean, I did my best. Don't judge me for my drawing skills, of course, but the Europe is our home, and we are turning all together in a connectivity. That's why you was just saying about co-living. That's exactly what we are doing. So it's a big pleasure to co-living with you and turning around this all together. So thank you for this experience.
No, thank you for joining.
Yes, I was also an observer. It was really nice to see you leading the team process of everyone trying to break maybe the rules and express more freely, maybe get rid or let go, get rid of the guilt. Now, what I drew had to do with a concept that I kind of picked up here in the festival of architectural neuroscience, or the psychology of architecture. So I think I would like to explore more into this field, and that's what I was, let's say, inspired by.
It's also nice.
It was a pretty interesting experience. It was difficult for me to draw what I was feeling, and I also wasn't very focused because I had a lot of things going on in my mind. But I feel like I really liked.
Thank you. I mean, thank you for joining.
For me, the drawing was fun, but it was also complicated for me somehow. Because when I was moving and dancing, I was just like feeling it and I was in it, and then like afterwards I had to like kind of like realize what I was doing, and then I like kind of like analyze like how was I moving, how was I feeling, like, and it's like a different experience than just like doing it somehow for me. Yeah.
Nice. So we, from what I heard, we all got out of our comfort zone, so that's nice. We should do it more often. And okay, what time is it? All right. So after this drawing, I'd like you to bring this into movements, of course, but with a different conscious as before. So actually to translate into movement this drawing now. So maybe you remember, maybe you want to start from a room or a body part or a house part you feel more comfortable in, or you know it better. You feel more open, and from there you want to travel to the other rooms. Would be nice not to forget any of them, because we are, as we said, all connected. And we can maybe play on the speed or levels, or to break the lines also in movement. So as we did with the drawing, like we drew maybe like broken lines, we now are gonna do it in movement. So maybe we can take for breaks, slow down when we feel more uncomfortable, stay in one room longer. Yeah. So please, again, don't try to judge your body and your movement. Nobody here is gonna, is here like to before. We are just here to know better our body structure. So let's do this, and we can do it all together. You can take just 1 minute to relook at your drawing, and then maybe we can start moving with the drawing in our hand, and then we just leave it and keep going with just following our feelings. All right. So, just try to start from the room you feel more comfortable in. You don't have to do big or, very performative movements. You can also stay in your spot because you didn't do the previous part. For the others, just try to start from your spot and then bring your house somewhere else. But try to remember about the drawing now. Just translate it, and the colors and the shapes and everything into movement. So for example, I did the foundation, so my feet kind of very, very strong because I felt the ground very, very strong. So maybe I want to start from there, feeling like the ground a lot, and then I did like a shaking thing here. So maybe I can start shaking and then open this part that is kind of empty. Just I did like windows here, so I can, feel the ground, and then start shaking and bring it to here, and then open, and then I will move. Just feel what you did. No pressure at all. It's just an exercise you can do then again at home, because now you're rediscovering your body from a different perspective. And of course you can start from the floor or standing up, whatever you want. You can look at somewhere else if you feel shy, but please don't feel judged. Just remember about the drawing. What colors were in there, how were the lines, transform the lines into movements. Yes. You can also close your eyes to start if you feel like. Yes, don't forget about breathing. You can also do very small, just maybe feeling. Don't forget about breathing. Use the gaze, it has to be true. So if you feel shy, maybe you close your eyes. If you feel like exploring, you maybe open your eyes. Where the space is big or small. Was your body really holding you? Or was it fragile? So maybe you might fall down. Follow the trajectory of the drawing. Where did you start from? If you go to a room and it feels more comfortable, you want to stay there a bit longer, just do it. Breathing. If you liked it, you can also smile. That's also part of your body. If you didn't, you can also cry, maybe. Try to make your body reflect the drawing. If it was strong or more unstable. If it was tiny, maybe you stay on your spot, but if you occupy the whole space, maybe you have to move around. I'm gonna play a little bit with you guys now. Who feels like going to the center now with the same feeling? Who feels like drawing this feeling with the movement? Yes. And of course we need to start feeling the other houses that are surrounding us in this moment, because we're not alone and we are not leaving this space alone. We need to take care of the other. Okay, let's start changing our spot and feeling the other houses. If they're stable, if they're colored. If they're very weak. Maybe let's try looking through other people's eyes. Let's try to occupy the whole space. We are cohabiting this space together. Yes. Okay, now just 2 people into the center. And when one wants to step out, another one has to step in. Let's try not to leave anyone alone. Yes. You can decide whenever you wanna step out. Yes. We need to take care of everything that happens around us. So don't stay just on your own. Yes. 3 people now into the center. Try to change the speed and explore the whole house. Yes. 4 people to the center now. Yes. Now there's 6, overcrowded. Okay, so everyone is gonna go to the center. Don't lose your own movement, but take care of others. This might be harder, but try not to be too much influenced by the others. Just take care of them. Yes. Open your eyes and see what happens around you. Now we can try to support each other, maybe just with the joints, with one elbow. Let's see if we are able not to fall. Stay all together. Yes. Watch out, watch out. Ooh, you need to take me. Woo. Yes, now we need to create a solid structure, solid house all together. Give the weight to each other. And we take a deep breath in, all together, and out we release everything. Woo. And release everything. We stay there for a moment before you can breathe there and just think about what we just done. Yes. slowly with our own rhythm, we go up again to our safe space, safe shape, I'll say, our circle for today, to close this beautiful moment. I like to close with this one song. I'd like to thank everyone for joining. Yes, for joining this sharing workshop session. Also, the people who were just sitting there. Thank you for participating. Thank you for letting your body live this experience. Most important, for looking at your body from another perspective, which is very important. I hope you got something from this hour and you'll bring it home, or our paths will cross again in the future. And yes, so with this feeling, just remember, when we cannot find a way out, there's always a way through. So use it. And we take a deep breath in. And we release out. And in again. And out. And the last one. And shake everything out. 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 The whole body. Everything. Everything is gonna go out. Woo. You can also scream if you like. I always breathe out. You can also do it from there. Technicians, you can also do it from there. Woo. Shake it out. And we come back in again. Sorry for this mess of the mic. Okay, now we thank each other for sharing this space and this time with us. Thank you. It was very nice. And it's nice what somebody said, that seen from outside looked like we were all of us on our own, but then we were sharing respectfully the space. So let's try to keep it here and everywhere else. Yes, so we breathe in again. And out. We dance everything out all around the space. You can do it from the seat as well. You can shake everything out. Woo. Out. You can scream. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for joining. Thank you. Woo.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Melania, Lely
Thank
Compagnie.
you
That was
so much.
so special. A really unique experience for all of us, which I don't think we'll forget and will stay in our body for quite a while. We have another dance performance coming up in about 15 minutes. It's a very special dance performance from Slovenia and Croatia, and it's created with local communities. So that's going to be amazing. See you in 15 minutes, everyone? Yes? Okay, let's go.
Tussen haat en liefde zit iets explosiefs en je kan niet voor altijd doen alsof het niet bestaat. Ik wil ons niet verlaten, dus we moeten praten. Tussen licht en donker, net voordat hij ondergaat. Beslissende momenten laatste tijd ben ik niet veel thuis. Ik ben op zoek naar iets, ik wil iets meer geluid. En ik ontvlug niks, eerder vier ik dat wat er nog niet was, dat nu hier is. Wat als het nooit meer weggaat? Onthoud mijn stem dan goed. Wat als het nooit meer weggaat? Ben ik veel sneller dan ik denk, zo oud als zij. Alles komt en is en gaat voorbij. Wat als het
Sorry.
Come from behind me, lay it down cold on my skin. Stole from my soul when I was lame. Just so you need to take
welcome, or welcome back, of course, to the Festival of the New European Bauhaus, both here in Brussels as well as online. We are so happy that you are with us for this 5-day event. It's almost the last day. Friday we're here, but we're also here tomorrow again for amazing performances, just already flagging that up. We'll see you back tomorrow, hopefully as well. And here we come together, creators, citizens, change makers, communities, to shape a more sustainable, a more inclusive, a more vibrant future through creativity and innovative ideas. I want to welcome you specifically to this performance of Touch by Danube Dance Alliance from Slovenia and Croatia together. This dance project explores the relationship between architecture and the arts through contemporary dance, embedded in local environment and abandoned public spaces across the Danube region. Touch is a duet by Igor Kirov that we're about to see, has been awarded at international festivals, so we're extra honored to welcome it here. Please, a warm welcome and a huge round of applause for Danube Dance Alliance. Danube Dance Alliance. Thank you so much. That was a unique way of experiencing, I think, the relationship with space and our interdependence and what that means and how we interact with both each other, but also what happens around us. Very, very special. Thank you so much. One more time for Danube Dance Alliance. Thank you. Wow, we're being treated here today. I have a lot more in store for you. In about 20 minutes, we will continue with another beautiful performance that examines the human relationship with technology, with artificial intelligence, and our emotional dependence on digital systems. I'm thinking this might be recognizable for many of us, right? So something to not miss. See you back here in about 20 minutes.
You can't remember your name, 'cause mean that much to me, to mean that much to you. I've been first and last. Look at how the time goes past. But I'm all alone at last, going home to you. Take a look at my life, I'm a lot like you. I need someone to love me the whole day through. I want to look in my eyes and you can tell that's true. Oh man, look at my life. I'm a lot like you were. Oh man, look at my life. I'm a lot like you
I'm going. That's my job.
Is that your job? Yeah, he's also. He's amazing.
Try and say no when he's looking at you going like that.
He's everything with Felix. He's also the.
sugar cane. Pick me up and let me down again. I'm numb like Novocaine, holding on to the liver pain. Light me up and wandering again. And they may say that your religion isn't whole, led by their deceivers, they are blind to all the war. Where do we go now? Following the sound, naked without you know the crowd. All they want is a sweet release. Why don't you give me that sweet release? No, there's no time for the bitter words.
welcome. Oh, welcome back, everyone. It's both here in Brussels as well as online. It's so great that you're here at the Festival of the New European Bauhaus, where we celebrate Europe through culture and we celebrate positive change through the arts, through music, through dance, through theatre. We come together here to shape a more sustainable, a more inclusive and a more vibrant future through creativity and innovative ideas. You're about to experience a very creative, a very innovative, and I think also recognizable performance. Siri, Don't Die by BURKICOM from the Czech Republic. It's a performance that examines human relationships with technology, with everything around us, really, with artificial intelligence, and also our emotional dependence on digital systems. Well, just with a raise of hands, who recognizes some maybe addiction to a phone, a laptop, a screen? I just pretend I don't have anything in my hand right now. Almost all of us, right? So this is something that is made for us and made for this time. Siri, Don't Die is a dance duet by two humanoids full of hope. Put your hands together for BURKICOM. BURKICOM, everyone. Amazing. Thank you so much. Well, that's okay. Thank you so much. That was something else, really special. If you'd like to see more of them, they'll be back on this stage at 6:30 with another performance. So please do join us then. See you then. BURKICOM. Thank you so much. Wow. Whew. It almost made me want to be a cyborg in a way, also, to be able to move like that. Well, if this subject is interesting to you and important to you, in about 15 minutes we'll continue with the panel about how artificial intelligence can power the much-needed transition to a better world. So that's going to happen here on this stage. You don't want to miss it. This is really where it happens and where you get a sneak peek into the future. So see you here at, is it 15 minutes? Yeah, it's about 15 minutes. So welcome back. Till then.
walking down the road. Tell me how long you gonna stay here, Joe? Some people say this town don't look good in snow. You don't care, I know. Ventura Highway in the sunshine, where the days are longer, the nights are stronger than moonshine. You're gonna go, I know. Cause the free wind is blowing through your hair, and the days surround your daylight there. Seasons crying, no despair. Alligator lizards in the air, in the wishing on a falling star, waiting for the early train. Sorry, boy, but I've been hit by purple rain. Oh, come on, Joe, you can always change your name. Thanks a lot, son, just the same. Ventura Highway in the sunshine, where the days are longer, the nights are stronger than moonshine. You're gonna go, I know. Cause the free wind is blowing through your hair, and the days surround your daylight there. Seasons crying, no despair. Alligator lizards in the air, in the
Ik heb iemand van een audio nodig. Kan hier met is voor een andere audio.
There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there, telling me I got to beware. I think it's time we stop. Children, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. There's battle lines being drawn. Nobody's right if everybody's wrong. Young people speaking their minds are getting so much resistance from behind. Every time we stop, hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. What a field day for the heat. 1,000 people in the street, singing songs and carrying signs. Mostly say hooray for our side. It's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Paranoia strikes. when you're always afraid. Step out of line, the man come and take you away. We better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop. Now, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop. Children, what's that sound?
Riders on the storm. Riders on the storm. Into this house we're born. Into this world we're thrown. Like a dog without a bone and factor out alone. Riders on the storm. There's a killer on the road. His brain is squirming like a toad. Take a long holiday. Let your children play. If you give this man a ride, sweet Riders on the storm. Riders on the storm. Into this house we're born. Into this world we're thrown. Like a dog without a bone, an actor out alone. Riders on the storm.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Festival of the New European Bauhaus. Thank you so much for joining us both here in Brussels as well as online as we're streaming to a global audience. Here at the Festival of the New European Bauhaus, we come together to shape a more vibrant, a more sustainable, a more inclusive future through creativity and through innovative ideas. And here on this stage, we celebrate positive change through culture via amazing, inspiring live performances, as well as very interesting panels. And we're about to experience one of them right now. We're about to welcome a set of esteemed experts on the subject of artificial intelligence, discussing the question, how can European AI factories power the new European Bauhaus? The panel will discuss how AI can facilitate circular design, new materials, environmental modeling, and democratic tools for a better world. Please give it up for your moderator, the director of Berlin Science Week, Christian Rauch.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Pleasure to be here with you. My name is Christian Rauch, and I have the honor and duty to guide you into a very, very exciting subject. We're switching gears a little bit. After we saw this wonderful dance performance just now, we will be exploring a most critical and existential and meaningful topic that we all have heard about, I guess, but probably not at its depth and level. So we're going to talk about artificial intelligence in general, and the AI factories in particular. The global AI race is real. We see enormous investments in artificial intelligence, in data centers, in chips, in models, in the infrastructures that will shape the next decades. Just yesterday I googled the last figure, and Bloomberg says that the 14 largest publicly listed data center operators alone are expected to invest a staggering number of $750 billion in 2026 alone. This is a number that's very hard to grasp, but that's roughly the size of the GDP of countries such as Switzerland or Saudi Arabia. It's just for the data center. So it's crazy, and it should give us an intuition about the meaning and importance of that topic. So artificial intelligence, this investment and the whole change that's happening there is driven to a large extent by the force of a very small number of actors, mainly from the United States and to a small degree also from China. So until very recently, Europe has mainly defined its role in the AI landscape through regulation, right? We all might have heard about the AI Act, which was majorly about defending our rights, safeguarding it, but now something is changing. With the AI Continent Action Plan and other initiatives, Europe is moving from regulation to innovation. AI factories are built, major investments are being made, new infrastructures are emerging across the continent, which will have significant impact on our future. So what are these AI factories? Who uses them? And what for? And who gets to decide? In the US model, AI infrastructures are often organized around one large private company, often a frontier lab training foundational models like OpenAI, right? One company owns more or less access to the AI infrastructure. The European model could be different, and that's the goal. AI factories as public infrastructures. Infrastructure that helps us address societal challenges, develop solutions for the benefit of us all. So we are here at the European Bauhaus Festival. So together we explore the new possibilities at the intersection of sustainability, inclusion, and aesthetics. And this brings us to a very important topic. And one element that is until now not discussed and represented enough in the discussion around AI factory. And this is the role of artists, the role of creators and cultural practitioners can play in and should play in the ongoing transformation, and especially the AI factories that Europe is building right now. So this is the topic of today's session. Today we ask, what if we thought about these infrastructures not only as technical facilities, but also as cultural spaces? What if AI factories became the ateliers of the 21st century? It's a grand vision. And to explore this conversation, we are lucky enough to have a remarkable group of people here with us today, whose experience spans from art, AI, research, supercomputing, and public policy. The session is part of the ongoing series Archipelago of Possible Futures. It was conceived and curated by Francesca Bria and José Luis de Vicente, whom I would now like to welcome on stage. Please have a seat. Francesca, you are certainly one of Europe's leading voices on digital sovereignty and public interest technology. You're, amongst others, honorary professor at UCL's Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose, a fellow at Mercator Stiftung, where you lead the Eurostack initiative. We've seen a wonderful exhibition just this morning around the relevance of it and what it can play. And you're also a board member of the European Innovation Council. And I think you're one of the voices over the last years that have constantly challenged Europe to imagine technological futures that are democratic, sustainable, and aligned with the public good. So I think there's no better person to comment on what's going on here than you. Together with José Luis. José Luis, you're a curator, cultural researcher, and artistic director based in Barcelona. You co-founded FAST, a transdisciplinary curatorial platform exploring the intersections of culture, society, and science. And together with Francesca, you founded the very initiative that brought us together here as panelists, the Archipelago of Possible Futures, bringing together artists, thinkers, and technologies to explore how Europe might reimagine its infrastructures. Thank you for being with us here and inspiring us with an introduction to the larger vision that's behind all of this. So Francesca, can you explain us a little bit why you feel that this is such a relevant moment in time to have this conversation about Europe's digital future infrastructure? What's at stake and why we should think of artists as part of this?
Thank you. Great. We are getting to the end of the festival, but you're still in Brussels, so that's great. Thanks for coming. Maybe like a couple of thoughts from my end. First of all, I think this is Europe's independence moment. It is really the moment where Europe, as you said in the introduction, needs to move from being seen only as the big regulator of the digital age, regulating systems, platforms, data, and infrastructure we cannot control and we do not own anymore, to building European sovereign alternatives. So from regulation to building, and building, buying, and scaling European. And I always say, not because it's European, but because it's better. And this is better for the environment, because we know you mentioned the economic value of AI infrastructures and data centers, which, by the way, I'm an economist of innovation, so we look at 3 trillion in the next, 5 years, spent with 60% backed of private credit. We think maybe this is not sustainable as a business model, and everybody is waiting to see what will happen to these AI frontier labs and how we're going to make this system sustainable from a financial standpoint. But we also have to understand that these AI infrastructure are extracting a lot of resources, energy first, but also critical raw materials, water, and our data, which is the data that we collectively produce. And I think that this sustainability question of building European in a sustainable way, so using, for example, clean energy, thinking about the energy sources, thinking about where do we source critical raw materials in a very heated geopolitical moment, thinking about how do we build sovereign, open source AI models, not only because they're sovereign and open source and European, but because maybe we want to build models where our data is sovereign and protected. If you are an artist or a creator, or even if you are a designer, or if you are a startup or a company and you build an AI model, you want to own your data and your IP. You don't want the big tech companies from the US to take all the gold that you are producing. So all of these questions around the future of intellectual property, around who is owning the data, who is extracting and how much energy this takes, I mean, all of these big questions, I think they can be answered in our own terms, yes, in a European way, which I think it's better for sustainability, but also for workers, for our rights as citizens and for European competitiveness. Because if you look at the data, there is absolutely no doubt that Europe is dependent 80% of the technology that we import from abroad. 70% of our cloud is US cloud, and we train only 10% of AI training in Europe. So this is absolutely unsustainable for the future of Europe. Now, having said that, I think this is why, in this particular moment where we are challenged by, let's say, authoritarianism everywhere, and where we have tech oligarchs which are telling us, we like your rules, we don't like your rules, you can do this, you can't do that, and we're basically building an integrated AI stack owned by few tech oligarchs. I think it is a mission and a duty for Europe to build alternatives. And the European alternatives don't only have to mimic the US model or the Chinese one, we have to build a diverse ecosystem of alternative solutions. So you mentioned the Eurostack. By the way, it's at DG Connect, which is the place where European policy happen at Rue de la Loi 51. You can see the exhibition, but you can also access the work online. The point is that Europe has to do it differently. We have a diversity of experiments and solutions. We have to make them visible, and we have to adopt them. Because if we don't create the demand for European solutions, so if we don't use European technology, look at your phone. Look, you are looking at your phone. What's European there? What is nothing? Right. So the point is how to change that. If we are all using devices and applications and technologies which are not European, this means that our regulation that we are building does not apply. So we can do the AI Act, but we cannot enforce it, right? So just to end, I think this is our moment to come together, designers, artists, technology providers, European institutions, industry, to build the European tech sovereign alternatives. And I would say that this is not going to build without creatives, without artists, without thinkers that are rethinking a way, because the AI is a general purpose technology that's revolutionary, and it's changing the mental models. And we cannot only extract from life, we need to give back to life, which is the principles of the new European Bauhaus. So for me, the reason why culture has to be a central pillar of the European stack, and arts has to be a central pillar, because that's what Europe can do. Europe has experiments in the artistic sectors with Biennale, with festival, with cultural production, which is absolutely unique. Do we need to make sure that this cultural production and the technological infrastructure capacity skills, the European science base that we have, they go hand in hand to build what Europe believes being our own way for the innovation of the future. So that's why I believe this is existential conversation that we have in now, and this is not just a conversation, because this has to be a plan for action.
Thank you, Francesca. Yeah, and you can really feel a momentum. I guess it's empowering. It's exciting to think that there is a real possibility for Europe to find its own way, and that it's not about mimicking China, not about mimicking the US, and that we have core strengths, and that culture and the arts are these. So, José Luis, when we think about integrating cultural practitioners and artists into the innovation ecosystem of the AI factories, what could be the vision there? What do you think could become possible?
The good thing is that we can build on a lot of history that is ours. When we started this idea 4 years ago, I started talking about it in the first European Bauhaus Festival. The main idea in the Bauhaus City Center is the green transition requires a cultural movement. It is also a cultural necessity. The capacity to imagine that we can not only redesign the way that we live, the materials that we use, the way that we work, but that actually we can imagine other ways of living. And in this sense, we have always believed that culture and the arts are one of the main laboratories of society. In this, Europe is completely at the forefront of the world. It's important that we understand that Europe, throughout decades, has built the most extensive, richest public cultural infrastructure in the world. Yeah. And this is a collection of festivals, museums, citizen laboratories, biennales, which is constantly rehearsing and thinking about how are we going to live next in the big challenges that we have. So we have a program, which is the Bauhaus in a way. We have an infrastructure, which is this archipelago that we call, these islands of practices, forms, and we have a reality. And this reality is that in the European model of innovation, unlike in other ones, like in the American or the Chinese, the relationship with the culture and the arts, the relationship with our heritage, it is natural. It doesn't need to be produced. It has been there cross-pollinated all along, and for decades, we have been sitting in collaborations between artists and technologies, scientists and cultural institutions. It really is the DNA of our space. The last step, and I think that year by year we are kind of like adding layers, is really integrating very much this infrastructure, this archipelago of cultural organizations in which we are leaders, with the other part of the archipelago, which is the technological infrastructure, the research infrastructure that represent essential facilities like Europe's HPC network and the AI factories that it is going to be starting hosting right now. And this really opens up a new vision, the idea that Europe's vision for AI, in a moment when we are really very alienated by the narratives that are being thrown on top of us, really resemble more a European vision or a model from which we have precedents like public museums and cultural centers, like public libraries, like the whole investment of a proximity network. So why cannot the AI factories actually build on this idea and be these facilities that actually are much more connected to society, return to society in a much more direct way, the fruits not only of our investment, but also of the positive visions that can come out of this form of AI architectures that are not centralizing, that are not imposing, that don't deprive us of the ownership of our data, for instance, in the visions that the Eurostack is proposing. Now, you want to look at a community that in a way can help to build this culture. I think it is definitely in the meeting spot between arts and culture and a research and innovation community. This is what we're trying in a way to kickstart in this conversation today. And year by year, we're saying that actually this archipelago is becoming richer and the vision is becoming more focused, more central, and the number of people joining it is only increasing.
And Christian, if I may, because the Bauhaus had the Ateliers, where new knowledge was created, and the kind of academy of the NAB is inspired by this new production of knowledge. And we believe this new production of knowledge, even if it's biotechnology, if it's new material, if it's circular economy, if it's new culture and the arts, if it's artificial intelligence or new construction methods, it has to happen bringing together the culture, artists, and the science infrastructure, the technological infrastructure, and the data. Because we have immense amount of really critical data, but where is our data now? So this data commons that we are created has to be the raw material on top of which we build this vision for the next, new European Bauhaus. So that's why the AI factories can be a fantastic infrastructure to do that with a supporting ecosystem that should be in place to achieve this aim.
Thank you both. I think what we take away from what you just said is very much the idea that we can be confident also about what we have in Europe, and that we have a strong cultural history, and that we have that it's not the moment to feel crumbled by this large numbers of and huge investments that are thrown around by the US and China, but we have something actually that's in our hand at this stage. It's cultural heritage, it's communities, and they should be integrated. So I believe in that.
It's democracy, so we're going to defend democracy, of course.
Wonderful. In order to be showing what this archipelago can do, we have a wonderful person coming just up on the stage now. Let's help me give a hand for Francesca and José Luis, and you'll make place for the next. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, the archipelago of artistic ideas, of cultural opportunities, now represented by a wonderful artist, Fabien Giraud. Fabien, please have a seat. Fabien, you are a French artist and author. You work at your work explores the possibility of other worlds through film, sculpture, and performance. And you have an amazing project that you're working on now, which I feel like few others manifest really what we're talking about now in terms of opportunities at stake with the AI factories. And the project is called the Pharaoh, right?
So
do you want to lead us a little bit
I'll
into
try.
your artistic world?
So it's a bit of pressure to speak after Francesca because I'm the example of this kind of optimism towards the future. So it's a big responsibility. So yes, I will speak about this project. There's a lot of light, so I guess you don't see much. But
Can you see?
Yeah. Okay.
We can get rid of this.
So the Pharaoh project is a project that has many dimensions, but one of them is a film. It's actually the center of this project. It's a film that is shot and edited by an AI on a place, and I will get back to that. And what you see here on the screen is actually the first opening sequence of a film that no one in this room will see completed because it's supposed to last 1,000 years. And we just started last year. So this is the first year of the film. But I will get back to the project, to the film itself. But what I wanted to say first is really to take a step back and why I initiated this project, the Pharaoh, was really out of a meditation on what's happening to us as a species. Like a real anthropological situation or paradigm that we are in, and this paradigm is that we have all become collectively, willingly or not, the parents, the co-parents of an inhuman child. I mean, machines, right? AIs, because as you know, they learn from us. Everything, our behaviors, every little patterns of intimacies, everything is collected at any moment on Earth to train this or to raise this child or these children, let's say. So that's really like the paradigm because it never happened in the history of humanity. We raised animals, we raised children, we spoke to gods or stuff, but we never raised this gigantic inhuman child on the scale of the Earth. So I wanted to start from this paradigm or this kind of vertigo of what are we doing, because when you're a parent, as parents know, you're also transformed by your child. You're transformed by the act of parenting itself. It's not a one-directional thing. And this feedback, this transformation is what's happening to us. We're training, but we are being trained by the machines. So it's a crucial political or cognitive task or problem of how are we retraining and how is it going to train us back in return. So that's really what
I think just yesterday I read a really interesting article how our language actually changes through the use of artificial intelligence.
Oh yeah. I read this article.
This is a real effect already of how the machine that we're training is training us.
Exactly. Yeah. So since I have a little time, I'd like to speak about that. But the Pharaoh, first of all, is a place. It's a place in the center of France. It's in Limousin, in Massif Central. It's 15 hectares on a hill of forests, meadows, rocks, and also a large building that eventually will be entirely transformed into a studio production for the type of machines that we're trying to build. So that's, you see, it's a very remote place, actually. It's the less populated area of France. And I come from there, but it's also, I want to integrate the machinery inside this landscape. So the environment itself, 15 hectares of forests, and the landscape, the whole area is soon, I hope. For now, we have a prototype of that model, of that technology. But the environment is equipped with cameras and with sensors that allow the model to be trained on that place only. So an AI that can learn from this site and can operate on it. I will speak about that if I have time. This is what we call the Feral engine, and it's at the center of the project. And the project itself has three main layers: the collective work, the institute, and the studio. So the collective work is really the film, and the institute is we want to create a new type of school for authors in AI, because that's crucial. It's not authors using AI or optimizing their work process through AI, because that's not, it's really, as Francesca said, it's what it does to us in terms of cognitive capacities or creative capacities. And it's not just an extension of what we already could do, but really a new way of working all together. And that's why you need schools to teach that to the young generations that's coming, and that will be the authors of this new paradigm. And the studio is dedicated to the transfer of the type of technology that we use. So the collective work, just to say, as I said, this concept of co-parenting is central to the project. So every year we do what we call an epoch like a training cycle, and basically we invite artists to be co-parent of this machine. So every year a new artist is invited. In the end, there will be 1,000 artists if you do the math. Just as a parenthesis, this 1,000 year, it's a fiction, obviously, but it's a necessary fiction, because the future is entirely blocked, it seems to be. And I like to play with the idea of long duration, just because we can make it. The AI will not just be a witness of our own disappearance. It might be something else.
Yes, we have relevance in the system now.
Yes.
Training.
True. So, so for me it's crucial to have long duration. And also because I feel we have abandoned the idea of long duration because the panic is so strong that we're thinking very short term. So yes, every year an artist is invited to train, and the machine is trained on whatever the artist brings, and bringing entities, populating the data set, and then the machine, it's a co-production of a film that's on the site. So it's both, that's produced on the site. So it's both a film and also a transformation of the place. So, for example, I can give an example very quickly, because I know time is running out already. But an example of I just did the first epoch. I'm working on it. We're showing it in Venice now. We opened last month. And the first epoch, I chose to set it in the year 1025, so 1,000 years ago, on this hill. So it could even be my own family, because I come from there, and there are no traces of these people, but they didn't have names even. But they spoke a language which is Old Occitan from the 11th century, so there is no LLM for that. So one first thing is I worked with specialists of linguists, translators of troubadour poetry, to rewrite that language. And the actors were trained to speak that language and speak to the machine in that language. Now it would require to train, maybe a partnership with a supercomputer to train, to actually. The problem is to get the data from this era, because there isn't that much. People didn't know how to write or read. But we still have traces. So to train that model on the language. But it's also set in this world where people were plagued by ergotism, so they had strong hallucination. Ergotism is the mushroom of the rye. And I just wanted to set this world of complete hallucination of the people, but also of the AI, because as you know, AI hallucinates. So I wanted to create the first epoch. But first of all, the idea was, okay, this machine, this child just opens his eye, not in the present, because machines are only learning on the present, and so we're looping in some kind of bubble of the present. And this is going to be a disaster, because all languages, all ways of being, all of these things need to go into the machine. Machine has to be multiple and heterogeneous, otherwise we're doomed. So that's an excerpt of the film. So the institute, I said a few words about it. I won't go over it. The studio. What really matters, maybe, it's the feral engine. And I will end with that. The feral engine at the heart of this is the idea of developing a tool that's at the center of the three dimensions, right? Of the collective artwork of the institute and of the studio. Basically, we wanted to create a tool that's, it's quite simple in terms of quality, generation of images, or, they're qualitatively poor, meaning that they're never trained on a specific set or specified location. So we are trying to train the model on every little fern, everything that's on this site. So you get a model that's very highly specific. And because we need this kind of level of details, not just the random, slop that you see everywhere. And this is out of frustration, really, because trying to generate images of the rock that I have on the site, it just happened to be any rocks, because it's just trained on many rocks, usually in video games, and it looks like hell. But basically, what we're doing with the model, with the engine, is to create, so first this qualitative tool, but also a tool that is where every which is ethical, let's say, where every input by artists can be traced back into the data set, right? It can be traced back, so you can attach value and ownership to the entities that have been brought, so that obviously that's crucial, because for now, as Francesca mentioned, it's a real mess in terms of property rights. So we're working on that also, and it's also a model that we're trying to be sovereign. So we need help from the European community. We need help from the French government to really gather, the European technologies that can. So we don't call American or Chinese companies to work on this. And then that's the model, but I won't have time. That's how it works. Basically, it's a loop of where it gathers, it perceives, it's trained on the model, so it perceives continuously. It's learned on the site as a constant learning process. And then it trains the models. It generates possible hypotheses of other alternative states of the world. It activates, so it activates through, you can activate by producing image generative AI, but also instructions to the actors, instructions to the team. It's really like an agent that is completely, it's a situated agent. And so it transforms the real, and then it gets back to perception. So that's the feral engine that we're developing, and it's qualitative, ethical, sovereign, and sustainable. We're trying to do something which, and I will end with that. Something which I've been thinking about is really, I mean, we're taking with contemporary AI, we're somehow taking the wrong way. We're starting from the infinite, like infinite resources, infinite amount of data, infinite power. But can we take it the other way around, like with a very finite situation like, okay, we have that amount of solar energy, let's say, and an intelligence is a true intelligence when it actually deals with its own resources. You know, that's what we are as organisms. You know, we don't have an infinite amount of energy. So that's why we are equipping the whole building with solar panels, so the AI works on that with the restriction that it has. So yeah, that's really, so the idea of reversing the logic from the infinite to the finite as it is, because now you have an ocean of data, ocean of resources, and in the end you create this little image, of a dog on a couch or something. That's a terrible thing. To reverse the idea and to start with the finite, with this place, and maybe reach towards the infinite, as we have done as organisms. So that's what I. So in a way, and it goes with the metaphor of the we are one of the islands of the archipelago. You start with the island, you don't start with the ocean, And the way it works now, it's usually the ocean, and we look for the island, That's all.
Thank you for
Thank
that.
you.
I think it deserves a great applause. It's an amazing example of AI, not just as a tool, right, for more beautiful aesthetics or more
I think
creative.
AI is not a tool. It's not a medium. It's not. It's infrastructure in a deep sense.
Yeah, and I think for what your artwork and your project represents in such an amazing, powerful, and beautiful way is the entanglements and the embeddings, and how it is a relationship of mutual benefit, and how we are able to embed culture and arts and creativity more deeply into an AI. So enabled by AI, thinking AI as a public infrastructure. So if we go back to the AI factories and think about how they could be turned into an alternative infrastructure in opposition to what we see in the major investments and their outputs from the US and China, then I think the direction that you're pointing towards is a beautiful example of what could be possible there. So thank you very much. In order to dive deeper into the AI factories as infrastructure and what's possible, please remain here. Please. So we need 4 more chairs here on stage, because we have 4 amazing people that we still want to invite up to stage. 4 outstanding individuals, each of them deeply embedded in the AI factory ecosystem, representing 4 of the major computing infrastructures in Europe. And this is not enough. They all also have vast experience, not only in the scientific and technical field, but they have all spearheaded and have been spearheading major projects that fuse the worlds of art and science. So I'm super excited to welcome with me on stage now Christian Canton, the Associate Director of Barcelona Supercomputing Center. Choose your chair, please, Christian. Please give me a round of applause. Then Antonella Girazzoli, who heads the Visit Lab at Italian Computing Consortium Sineca. Then we have Tommaso Collarco, one of the world's, I need to say, most renowned quantum physicists. So you are really lucky to be experiencing him here today. And he's also director of Institute of Quantum Control at the Forschungszentrum Jülich. And we have, please an applause. And we have Ralf Thum, also a physicist and initiator of the European Commission STARTS initiative, who has been also collaborating extensively with the HPCC in Stuttgart. Please a big round of applause. So, thank you for joining me here on stage and enabling us to dive a little bit deeper into the wonderful and amazing example that Fabienne has just shared with us. Christian, let's start with you. Christian, you're, as I said, the Associate Director at the Barcelona Supercomputing Center. This is one of Europe's leading institutions in supercomputing, right? Artificial intelligence and quantum. And at the BSc, you help lead strategic initiatives such as the supercomputer there, Mare Nostrum. And you're also guiding the center into a little bit more explorative artistic dimensions with the founding of the Creative Intelligence Lab. First, as you are the first person with real expertise about the AI factories, I feel nobody can know more about that probably as you from your deep immersion in that for many years. Let's stick with the AI factory part for the first question. So for those of us who are not as familiar with such an infrastructure as you are, help us understand. How can we imagine? How does that look like? Like
what's in a factory?
What's Mare Nostrum? Like where can I touch it? Where can I visit it?
Sure.
Like how does it look like?
If you want to visit La Barcelona is the place, please come visit. It's an amazing place. So Mare Nostrum is one of the largest computers in Europe and is hosted, as you mentioned, in Barcelona. It also is hosted inside the church, which is one of the main eclectic kind of things that we have there. It's a big machine, and we've been like using it for science for over 20 years. Actually, it's our 21st year this year. But since the last 13 years, we had a group that has been led by Fernando Cucchietti here in the first row, who's been like thinking on how do we use art in conjunction with science to make better outputs. Okay, so we have like a lot of expertise in creative artists. I mean, in creative industries, like also hosting artists. And this has been evolving for a long time until we create the Creative Intelligence Lab, which I see here, but I don't see here, but whatever. So this is an effort to put artists and science on the front row, okay? When we think like moving forward, what does it mean for AI factories? So AI factories, that's for me. I see here, I mean, that's, but I don't see it there. Now that's it. So thank you. So here you will see some of the outcomes that Fernando's group have been producing over the years, which essentially, in a very simplified way, is an intersection of how do you have scientific problems and how do you do data representations that are compelling in a way that also has an artistic component. On the top of that, they had a ton of artistic production that has gone to festivals, to Sonar, to many others, and they received a ton of prizes that I'm sure you can explain everyone later in the networking. But one of the important things is that when we had this idea, I mean, Europe has this amazing idea of like, let's build AI factories. And for those that are not familiar, so Europe put a lot of money to be building supercomputers like Mare Nostrum. This is great. But Europe at some point realizes that putting this kind of compute in the hands of small and medium companies is also a good idea. So we start creating the AI factories, and BSc is one of the first AI factories to enter in production. And that means essentially, like in layman or laywoman terms, is that we have 120 million euro infrastructure with few thousands of GPUs that are for free available to those that want to be using them for the public, for small and medium companies. When we think of small and medium companies, it's not just startups or other companies, but like there's all the industry of creatives, of artists, all those that are touching art in some way. That means you have a massive infrastructure that will empower, that will allow creators, people generating revenue. At the end of the day, we realize that arts can also be financially sustainable, that you can be creating an intersection between AI, technology, and art that can have financially very interesting. So AI factory should be at the heart of that, empowering individuals, companies, medium and small companies to be using this infrastructure to create. You must use that. It's free. If it's not used, it's wrong. Okay. And one thing to complete, like we were mentioning about the archipelago. It's a very fun word, by the way, but like as a collection of islands, that's correct. But I think like AI factories can be the bridges between those islands, because there's not only one AI factory. Chineke has an AI factory. Yuli has an AI factory. Like everyone, there's like 20-something AI factories across Europe that are connected, but not just on the physical and compute term. There's an ecosystem that is developing. There's going to be initiatives to get people together to talk. At some point, artist industries, creative industries must leverage that. This is the moment to not become an archipelago. It's an archipelago of a ton of bridges that links all that together. I would love to see that in a year, 2, 3, when all these 20 AI factories are in full steam power. This next edition of the new Bauhaus has like a ton of outcomes, people like presenting success stories where we have been leveraged this AI factory for art. It's a very distinctive thing, as Francesca mentioned, like Europe has been over the centuries a place for creators, a place for artists. We've been renowned because our art excels. Now we are at the next level. We need to be using these new pencils, these new tools, infrastructures, as you said, but I think it's more like a pencil to create, to go beyond where nobody has gone before. Okay, so hope next year we'll see like a ton of success stories where AI Factory is the epicenter of that.
Thank you so much, Christian. So I guess you might have the problem of getting a lot of applications and from people wanting to use your
great problem to have. Great problem to have.
So I guess we're distributing your email afterwards, and
Fernando is the masterworks.
No.
He's the head of our AI artists team.
But just to really stress that point, I mean, there are real ways to get really access to that, and it's, and it's real, and you don't have to be a technical expert to do so, right? The AI factories offer the infrastructure also to help you, guide you on the way. So this is a real call for applications and a call for great ideas.
And you mentioned something, it's not just the machine, it's the accompanying. Like you enter with zero expertise, there's someone who's going to hold your hand. Let me show you how you can use this computer. Let me show you which AI tools we have here. So you're not alone. It's the beauty of the ecosystem.
Yeah. And talking about also a unique way for Europe to move forward, I don't know any other place in the world where you are having that opportunity to get so close to cutting edge and bleeding edge AI infrastructure without knowing much about it. That's really fantastic. That's a unique point that we're offering here in Europe, and that we can be very proud about.
Absolutely.
Antonella, switching to you. You had an equally exciting initiative, the Visit Lab at Sinerca, and it's happening in the context of exploring culture and cultural history. So we're zooming out a little bit from tech and arts to cultural heritage also and creative industries. Wow. You are drawing on backgrounds from both engineering and history, and your work is a lot about exploring new forms of cultural communication, how to work between humans and AI. So cultural institutions hold a lot of extraordinary archives. We said that this is really the value also for Europe. Yes. So please lead us into your world and tell us a little bit about your work with Visit Lab.
Thank you. So I can... First slide. Okay, so thank you for having me this afternoon. And I want just to share our experience in our little creative lab inside an HPC infrastructure. So this lab has been in life for more than 20 years. So the idea was to share with researchers our resources, also in the field of digital humanities, and to work with artists, giving support not only with HPC resources, but also with computer graphics tools, scientific visualization. So the aim of our lab is to help researchers and help them and help the society to create good communication tools in order to explain the beauty, the complexity of the search. And now we have to deal with AI, the AI world. So I can share the video with you, so in order to give you an idea how we work. We work in an interdisciplinary team. We are, let's see if the video, okay, just to give you an idea of how, so that is HPC facilities. This is just And it's important to put our resources here. We can see how we try to perform and continue AI scouting, open AI scouting in the field of cultural heritage, because you know there is a lot of good open AI stuff, open weight stuff. You don't need to buy AI. So it's important to be aware of all the open tools we can use, open AI tools. And for example, here we are seeing an example of how AI can help us in transcribing manuscripts. We have a huge treasure of digitized cultural objects, manuscripts, historical newspaper, 3D models, and we need to share with artists this treasure and create new products, new artistic installation involving the society. And I would like to share with you another slide. Okay, so if we look at the proposal of the iFactory ecosystem, you can see the goal is to transform national and European AI landscape through cutting-edge APC infrastructure, comprehensive services. So we give infrastructure, but also services are very important. So you can, in an AI factory, you can find services in order to help you to create AI, data-ready AI stuff, and also all the problems related to the ethical issues. But what are the pillars now? The pillars now are healthcare, manufacturing, agri-food, smart cities, earth, science, climate, finance. So we need to add this pervasive layer, which is arts and culture. I think this is our main point. And here just an example of some interaction we are carrying on in our AI factory. We are already working with movies industries. We are working with the Ministry of Culture because of this huge, important treasure of cultural objects. And this treasure is very important for all the issues related to the data sovereignty and how to train AI tools with our European culture. So this is another, and of course, we had experience with artists thanks to the STARS project, but we need to make it, let's say, daily life in an AI factory. So my statement is really, we should change also the name because factory, the perception of factory, we need really to call the AI factory AI Ateliers. That's because the perception is not the right one. That's my statement.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and I feel, Antonella, also one big learning from your work is also, spanning really several long years of digital humanities, that it is actually possible to have a mutual beneficial relationship between the cultural sector and the arts and the digital world and the world of supercomputing. And it's possible to break down the barriers, right? If you help people and lead them there, then you can really create new forms of expression.
We just need to work together. It's easy. Really.
And we're noting that that AI factories need to be changed now officially to AI Ateliers. I hope the European Commission is listening because
it's just.
Thank you very much, Antona. Let's move from the world of cultural heritage to a certainly not less fascinating field, and that's the world of quantum physics and its intersection with supercomputing. Tommaso, so I don't know, there's a bazillion ways of one would have to introduce you. I told in the beginning already, you're the director of the Institute of Quantum Control at Jülich. At Jülich, it's also home of Europe's most powerful supercomputer. It's, as far as I know, Jupiter. It's a mega machine, Europe's first exascale supercomputer. So it must be it must be really exciting to be able to interact with such a machine on a daily basis. But you also initiated and coined and majorly shaped the European Union's quantum flagship. Aside all of that, one story is something that I am truly envious about and truly respectful of. You're the first physicist that I know in the world that managed to create the largest queue that probably Berlin has ever seen in front of Berghain, Berlin's most iconic club. So, for the opening of your exhibition, the queue, I don't know, several hundred meters long, people queuing for quantum physics to be shown inside Berghain, the club. So I think that deserves an applause. Me as a physicist myself, kudos. So, Tommaso, please bring your perspective into this conversation and lead us a little bit into the wonderful work you're doing between quantum physics, supercomputing, and the arts.
Thanks a lot. So indeed, I will just focus on this little example in which we have been using for the first time a quantum computer as a music instrument in order to do what? So you may ask, how does it look like? So if you come to Jülich, you will see this. So this is a quantum computer. It was the first hybrid machine installed as a quantum simulator, which is used as a coprocessor of our supercomputer in Jülich. And you can go to Bologna and you will see, actually it is the same machine, and there are other, we call them the 7 quantum sisters, quantum computers which are around Europe. Inside this one, there are some little atoms. These little atoms are one by one, put in a certain structure, and we are going to play that structure to do some sound. In the sense that this is based on atoms. So you put these atoms in some structure. And of course, since the people making this are French, this was founded by Nobel laureate Alain Aspect, of course, as you can see, they are very patriotic down there. I don't know if you see the Eiffel Tower. But they can make different structures. And we used a very simple one, a membrane. So atoms in a two-dimensional structure. What happens if you, play a drum? You hit it. And then you listen to what happens. We did exactly the same with this membrane of atoms. We hit it with something which was, the same kind of movement, which was in a film made up by Pierre Huyghe. So this was the exhibition which you mentioned before, which was created in the context of a sensing quantum initiative by the LAS Art Foundation in Berlin. And so what we did in this film by Pierre Huyghe, there was an AI-generated, being, which was actually not human, between human, non-human, inhuman, so that was the ambiguity of what was happening there. And we took the movement that we could see on screen and we turned it into the same kind of excitation. We call it a quench. We were squeezing these atoms, we were kicking these atoms, and then listening to the reverberation of that. Of course, this is not audible in normal sound because it happens in vacuum, but it's a little bit, you might have heard this, when there were the black holes, the gravitational waves, okay? You would hear on the internet, you could download the black hole going whoop. Of course, the black hole is not per se doing whoop, but it would do some, some chirp, so some sort of vibration, which you can transpose it, to an octave, which is audible for us. We did the same with the sound. And so there are some sections of this movie in which we, for the first time, we used what you see on the screen, we transposed it, we gave it to the quantum computer as an input, and we listened to the output. And this is now the soundtrack of that. And I had been given, actually, 5 minutes to give this presentation, but actually when I started, the counter was 1.30 minutes, and now I am at minus 1.27, so I think that I have to finish.
Please. That's too much of a teaser. I think we're really yearning for you to finish the story. But one thing puzzles me really. You control one of the most elaborate and powerful machines on the planet with your research. What's in it there for you to be playing drums with with atoms and doing all these arts projects as a physicist?
So for me, I mean, it's kind of, I mean, I told it to someone before in some of the panel discussions we had. For me, this was personally, I know that my colleagues laugh at me, but this was for me, the highest, the climax of my career, really. Because I've been worshipping Pierre Huyghe since more than a dozen years, okay? And the possibility, I mean, he's like one order of magnitude above Nobel laureate status. Yeah? I know that my colleagues get very upset when I say this, but it is a fact, as everyone knows who is in the art world. And the fact that even the thing that I could sit with him and discuss for 1 hour and throw at him ideas, which of course he will throw away, okay, because I threw at him very many ideas, okay, and the commissioners started panicking, okay, because he didn't like any of those, okay, and I mean it was a blast, it was really the high point of my career, just interacting because clearly, I mean, it's not, I mean, we had in the previous panel discussion, there is this really horrible, awful, like I want to commit suicide when I hear my colleagues saying and arguing that, art is a way for outreach. We can illustrate the content of science, okay, to people. I want to really throw up when I hear that. And actually, because humankind has lived for several hundreds of thousands of years without the faintest clue about quantum mechanics and nothing but basic technology, but no human being has ever lived or will ever live without storytelling, without music. It's impossible to survive without that, okay? So this tells me a little bit what is the proper ordering of importance of things, and me being there with, Pierre Huyghe over there, and me trying to, serve to him some ideas, and in the end he picked one, It even worked. I mean, what can I ask for more?
Wonderful, wonderful. So I think when we change to Ralph now as the last person on our panel that we're introducing, I guess it's a beautiful transition that you made there, because there's probably really one person in the European ecosystem that has learned about more the value of arts and the value of connecting the arts and the sciences for our cultural context and what it can bring. Ralph, you initiated an initiative that has brought many in our ecosystem together for the past 10 years, the Starts initiative, and I think you've built with that a legacy that is very hard to compete with. And now you are bringing your experience back from quantum science, European policy in the arts, into, again, experimenting more with your own artistic projects and expressions. So we would very much like to bring your experience in about your belief of the value of artistic perspectives and what this all can contribute to our ecosystem. Please lead us into your world, Ralph.
Yeah, it's a very unrewarding task to follow Tommaso, but let me start by citing Pablo Picasso. He once said, computers are useless. They only give answers. Herbert Simon, the godfather of AI, followed his lead, and he warned urban design is not the search for automated solution or a definitive answer. It is imagining how people want to live, not how effectively they can be organized. Today we can model entire cities in digital twins, but if we favor efficiency over imagination, we risk creating Jean-Luc Godard's dystopian Alphaville, a city ruled by a computer that treats human complexity as an error to be corrected. A city is not its transit grids or energy lines. It is a dense network of opinions, desires, and memories. And machines do not see any of it. They see only through the categories that we have built for them. This raises, in this context, I think, very important epistemological question. Whose knowledge shapes the computational models of our cities? The answer, in my opinion, must be collective. The lived experience of every community or language, every lens on the urban reality must be a legitimate input to the models that govern us. 2 weeks ago at the HBC Center in Stuttgart, we brought together philosophers, artists, and engineers to reflect on exactly this, around the emerging concept of African intelligence. We can learn from this other AI because it insists that intelligence must be relational, not context independent, shaped by communities, and not extracted from these communities. So our technological sovereignty debate must change from who controls the compute to who shapes our models. And this is precisely when art becomes essential. As Brian Eno put it, art is experience. As was pointed out a decade ago, I launched this STARTS initiative in the European Commission just for that, to position art as the missing link between the modeler and society. Art translates data into visceral experiences, and it is these experiences that will change how we think and act and behave. José Luis and Francesca's Archipelago of Ateliers takes this one step further. Europe's AI factories must become the new Bauhaus ateliers, as they call it. If not, they risk becoming the new alphabills. Embedding art inside them ensures that lived experiences will shape our technologies, that lived experiences will shape the models, and that these models reflect the needs and the wishes and the desires of the communities that they are supposed to govern. So in this respect, I think this change of word from AI factory to AI atelier might indeed be almost a necessity in terms of what we need from the compute. Thank you.
So I guess we very much understood from this shining example of what's possible at the intersection of art, AI, innovation in society, that that's not only like a huge potential to go forward in that direction and expand our artificial intelligence ecosystems with artists, creatives, and cultural practitioners, but it's actually our duty to do so. This is the real advantage that we have as Europe, as European stakeholders, as citizens, and there's a real advantage to turn AI into something that is meaningful and enriched with lived experience and something that can serve our common purpose. So the big question is, recognizing and honoring all these amazing projects and works that you presented now, they're still not having reached at scale, the impact that they could have. There's still too few of those, and they're reaching too few people. So what big question is, what needs to be done now? What do we need to do in order to, fulfill and reach the full potential of what we sketched out here?
May I? So first of all, as we mentioned before, use those AI factories.
Yes.
And the question is not just the pragmatic one, like what we can do with those. It's like what we can do with AI factories that we couldn't do before that. So which new experiences, which new trends, whatever you're gonna call it, will be created because this new massive infrastructure and ecosystem happens. It's not what we can do of what we were doing before, is what is completely new. I think that could be one of the real kind of big changes that we can push forward. And that brings me to three questions that I would ask myself is what we have to stop doing, what we have to continue doing, and we have to start doing right now that we could not do before. And this is more like food for thought for the audience, come with ideas, but not just to do something that you were doing before, what new can you do that will make this a bold step forward?
I guess it's also built very much on this general notion of, AI being there's a danger of AI being the big unifier, you know. And the more we adopt AI into our system, the more we perhaps have to look at the niches and the outliers and kind of expanding our imagination again. So what you're saying, you know, come with uncomfortable ideas, come with things that don't work and that cause trouble, you know.
My suggestion is please use AI Factory and try to use all the services, all the infrastructure. And I think also that it's important to work at the education level. I think that we need to explain to students how a workflow of AI works. How can I create a workflow in order to make a transcription of a manuscript? This is it's a wonderful interdisciplinary activity. You need to be expert in history of art. You need to understand what a ground truth is. So I think we need to play more also within Ateliers with AI tools, open AI tools, and work with, let's say, create small good AI, which we need in many different sectors, ranging from schools or cultural heritage solution. For example, we have a huge treasure of historical newspaper, and we are working with Professor Bartani in order to follow the concepts of the term piovra. Piovra was a concept invented by Victor Hugo in his romance Le Travailleur de la Mer, and the idea was how this concept evolved in the years, and we can only with AI we can find all the occurrences of this term in our historical newspaper, but we can do this kind of work for all the terms and try to understand how different concepts evolved in our history. I think this is the treasure of our cultural data. We need to put inside, we need to create AI tools not using cultural data, but with cultural data.
Thank you so much.
I'll try to take it a little bit more general. So what is it that we are not doing that we should start doing? In my opinion, it's listening. I have a very bad example from the opening ceremony of the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology, which we had at UNESCO in Paris 1 year ago. And we had one morning about society and ethics of quantum technologies. And I think similar applies to AI. I thought it was a pretty good debate. And then we had an event in the afternoon at the French Academy of Sciences, and I heard some very respected colleagues saying to each other, you know, what do those philosophers want from us? They do not understand quantum mechanics. How should they tell us what to do? And I think even ChatGPT could not invent a more wrong statement because it's because they don't know about quantum that they should be telling us what to do. It's about empowering society. It's about making sure that everybody who does not have a technical knowledge that we have about AI or quantum or other technologies or deep tech, they should tell us what are the values. You know, this word value was kind of sort of trivial propaganda, empty thing until a few years ago, until we discovered that actually it does make a difference. For instance, democracy, you know, it's here, maybe not so much somewhere else, and other these things. So, we need for society to tell it's the opposite of, oh, I don't understand it, I never was good in math at school, let the scientists decide, okay? Yeah. No, that's not what we need to do. And art can empower because it can give people the experience that, you know, is not about they will understand it, it's not about illustration, as we said before, it's about, you know, I can relate to that. It's about relation. It's about I may have something to say, even though I do not know all the details. But as a society, everybody needs to be empowered to indicate the future direction. This is the way in which we can avoid doomsday.
Yeah, I guess I follow what Tommaso is saying. It is important to understand AI. You see, we use the iPhone and we think we understand IT. We will use AI and we will think we understand AI. Even I'm now using all the time Gemini, Perplexity, or whatever. The reality is we don't really understand. And so there is the issue of how do we understand the background of what AI really is. And if we don't know that, if we are in trouble. I mean, the Commission has launched a project called Explainable AI, which in part tries to remedy that. So I think this is one aspect. The other aspect is, and I tried to talk about it in my brief presentation, is not only do we need to understand AI as it is, the communities and society as such must intervene in the way AI is constructed. And I mentioned African intelligence for a very good reason, because Africans, of course, they have a very strong reason to believe that they are left out. But I think Europeans will be left out as well if they do not understand the need to control the way AI is created. There's a very interesting initiative which I learned about yesterday called interpretive technologies. So it's not about data, because data, of course, plays an important role because data train the AI models. Interpretive technologies is about the way these data are then translated in different ways as they are translated now into the LLMs that do not understand the language of north of France, for example. And I think this is a very important aspect, and this is where artists can make a difference. So it is not only we need to understand, we also have to intervene, and we have to have a say in the way AI is created. And here I think art can make a difference.
Yeah, no, just jumping after what Ralph said, I think what we need, since that's a question, what we should do, right?
Yes.
I think it's really, I mentioned the institute we try to do, but the question I'm often wondering when I go into art schools to teach or do a conference, what will happen to art schools in the future? Will it be like a refuge of some practices that have been, thousands of years? What happens in the paradigm of AI? And I'm really interested in shifting the user approach, the idea that we are users of AI. That's not what we are, or that's not what we should be, like consumers of data or consumers of models. But as Ralph said, in art schools, they should be data set designers, in a sense. It's another word for that is world designers. Making a film today is not making a script and then turning it into a production pipeline. It's building a world in which an AI will make decisions. So the whole configuration changes entirely, of what a film or video is, if you think about it. So it's really exciting. I mean, actually, I'm really maybe the only one that's optimist about like the transition in terms of jobs. It's not just like in the cinema, for example, script writers were protesting in Hollywood. I feel their job will become much more interesting if we change the pipeline. Before, they were writing a script, giving it to the producer, and that was it. Now, if an AI makes decision on a set, it means it's a character. Because it's acting in a world. So if it's a character, it needs a scriptwriter. So the script has an extension. The scriptwriter has an extension of his or her job. Anyway, and so that's why we need young people to be trained to be really, the I don't know what you call it, the availability of AI, but more than that, just to finish there's still some value to the humans in terms of art making. I just want to make that point. No AI that I know of, or that I can think of, can do what Marcel Duchamp did. What I mean is, Marcel Duchamp just took the whole data set of what art is, the ontology of what art is, and just placed an object outside, or placed an object from the outside inside, AIs and maybe you will stop me, but AI is just, they are in the probability, the distribution set, right? There's no outside. And the artist is not just putting a coin in the machines at the casino. They're not, they want to bet against the whole casino. That's what artists want to do. And so I have this is a function that art will always push forward, and we need schools for that.
Thank you, Fabian. So, unfortunately, as the moderator, I'm having the really horrible and unfortunate duty to stop our conversation now. We're already over time. I can understand that. But not without, wrapping it up with a final thought that I think I'm really passionate to share. What we're witnessing here today and what we've been witnessing is really a movement. It's a movement of people, of institutions that are convinced about the timeliness and the urgency and the opportunity and also the challenges at hand. And this is the moment to act now. For us, as cultural actors, as artists, as cultural practitioners, to get our hands dirty, get into the field of artificial intelligence, pressure the institutions into opening up the system to embed arts and culture and societal value at the very center of these new infrastructures that will define our future. And it's up to us now how it looks like. And a real European way is possible. And this European way should very much include the very unique values that we have, the values from arts and culture and our heritage. So thank you so much to all the amazing speakers here on the panel, to Francesca and Jose Luis for curating and bringing all together, and to European Bauhaus for inviting us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Christian Rauch and this fantastic panel. Thank you so much. Indeed, the time is now. We need to do it now, and we need to do it here. And we are going to do it now here as well, because in about 10 minutes, we'll continue with an immersive, interactive performance exploring how nature-inspired sounds and visuals can foster a sense of belonging and ecological awareness. A unique experience, so please do all stay for that, I'd say. But please also then, for now, rise just a moment, because we need to create a space here for the performance. But please do stay with us. See you in about 10 minutes.
I've been to Hollywood, I've been to Redwood, I crossed the ocean for a heart of gold. I've been in my mind, it's such a fine line that keeps me searching for a heart of gold. And I'm getting old, keeps me searching for a searching for a heart of gold. You keep me searching and I'm growing old. Keep me searching for a heart of gold. I've been a miner for a heart of gold.
Look deep into the April face. A change has clearly taken place. Looking for the summer. The eyes take on a certain gaze and leave behind the springtime days. Go looking for the summer. This ain't no game of kiss and tell. The implications how you knew so well. Go looking for the summer.
I mean, it's just to be sure that it's
The time has come and they must go to play the passion out that haunts you so. Looking for the summer. Remember love, how it was the same. We scratched and hurt each other's growing pains. We were looking for the summer. And still I stand this very day with a burning wish to fly away. I'm still looking for the summer. Looking for the summer.
Welcome back, everyone, both here in Brussels as well as online at the Festival of the New European Bauhaus. Here on this stage, we celebrate positive change through culture, and we come together to shape a more sustainable, a more innovative, a more vibrant future through creativity. We are here to experience Tuning Ecologies, an immersive performance exploring how nature-inspired sounds and visuals can foster a sense of belonging and also a sense of ecological awareness. This also includes a voluntary interactive part where your movements are translated into the experience. Let's not say much more about it. Please enjoy it. Welcome Germany-based performers Javier Blanco and Viviana De Faccio. Thank you so much. That was really, really very special. I just want to make sure that this is indeed the end of the performance and that there's not more happening. Yes, because I don't want to sort of end it while you've got like maybe more you want to do. Thank you so much. This was very special, and I think for all of us, the combination of both what happened in terms of visuals, in terms of images, but also how you can almost feel it in your body. If you can recognize that, even if you didn't take part in it, that is really very special. We are going to continue in, I think, about half an hour, I'm guessing, or a bit sooner. About half an hour, right? Yes, with another dance performance. You've seen them before. If you were here earlier, they embodied cyborgs in a way. So we're going to continue in that vein with a performance that is either a guidance towards ultimate success or towards a burnout. It's your choice, probably. So if you feel any of that could be you, I'd really be here in about half an hour. So thank you so much for coming back and have a great day.
time. And don't worry, baby, everything is fine. Even here lately, there's no friend just hanging around.
thrown away your choice, have lost your ticket, so you have to stay on. But the drumbeat strains of the night remain, and the rhythm of the newborn day. You know, sometime you're bound to leave her, but for now you're gonna stay in the year of the cat. Year of the cat.
Lost and lonely every way. Got the flats all around, sky up above. Yes, I need a little water of love. I've been too long lonely and my heart feels pain. Crying out for some soothing. I believe taking up. Yes, I need a little water of love. Water of love, deep in the ground, but there ain't no water here to be found. Someday, baby, when the river runs free, it's gonna carry that water of love to me. Once I had a woman, now my woman she gone. Once there was a river, now there's a stone. You know it's evil when you're living alone. Water of love, deep in the ground, but there ain't no water here to be found. Someday, baby, when the river runs free, it's gonna carry that water of love to
Welcome, everyone. Oh, welcome back. Thank you so much to the Festival of the New European Bauhaus. It's amazing that you're here, both here in Brussels as well as online via the live stream. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. The Festival of the New European Bauhaus is an event where creators, where citizens, where change makers come together to shape a more beautiful, a more sustainable, a more inclusive, a more vibrant future. And we do that through creativity and innovative ideas. You are about to experience Smiling Required by BURKICOM from Czechia. It's a sarcastic, it's a desire-filled performance as a manual for a super successful life. Or is it a life guidance for burnout? Please put your hands together for BURKICOM.
Run faster. 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 Better. Quiet. Keep laughing. Run. Be nice, be good, be pretty, but not too pretty. Be smart, but not annoying. Ambitious, but don't intimidate anyone. Keep laughing. No, that's too much. Work. Well, work. Be nice. Could you be nicer? Just a little bit more. Don't rest. Wow, you're so strong. Fuck this. On antidepressants, the migraine, feeling like I'm failing every single day. Fuck this. Quality self-care, a productive weekend. Recharge your batteries. Rest is an investment. Sleep is a strategy. The body is a project. A vagina startup. Love. Everything tastes exactly the same. Burnt fucking out. And you're doing it too. I'm talking to you. You also keep saying, I'm fine, It's fine. Answering emails in bed. Yep. To be better. Better than who? Ambition. Or is it just a fear? Fear to slow down because nobody will want you anymore. And you'll be just a useless piece of shit. Keep laughing. You have to earn it. Every fucking day. I don't pick up. I don't make it. I don't come. I don't feel like it. No explanation, no apology, no stupid little smile. Sweaty, angry, imperfect. Keep laughing. 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 Keep laughing.
BURKICOM, everyone. Wow. I need to sit down. I could really feel that, right? This is real. This is really our life. Oh, it's exhausting. And also that, the keep laughing, right? I'm going to keep hearing that for a long time. Oh, this is really something that we need to think about. Good. Okay. We are going to be back in about 15 minutes with another really intense and important experience. We are going to be back with a very special project that makes live music and performance spaces more inclusive for deaf people. It's a unique and important moment with vibrating jackets to experience it yourself. You really want to be here. This is going to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So I'm going to see you back here in 15 minutes. Thank you so much. We do it here, don't we? We hit ourselves hard, and this is really why we're here. So thank you so much for joining us. See you very soon.
Africanos en las pampas argentinas. Toques y llamada de tambores. Candombe, tango. Un gaucho y una guitarra. La payada milonguera y el fantasma de la indiada. Chino, llevamos mate.
desapareció. En mí aparecerá. Creyeron que murió, pero renacerá. Llovió, paró, llovió. Y un chico adivinó. Oímos una voz. Y desde un tango, rumor de pañuelo blanco. No eran buenas esas épocas, malos eran esos aires. Fue hace 25 años y vos existías. No eran buenas esas épocas, malos eran esos aires. Fue hace 25 años y vos existías sin existir todavía. Si desapareció,
We all know that hell is low.
Rifle. Easy.
Pensando em você, pensando no vazio que você deixou. Acordei e fiz uma canção. Pra mim e pra você. Que fala.
Welcome, or welcome back everyone, both here as well as online, to the Festival of the New European Bauhaus, an event where communities, creators, change makers, citizens come together to celebrate positive change through culture, and we're also shaping a more sustainable, a more inclusive, a more vibrant future together through creativity and through innovative ideas. The experience you're about to have is part of the All Areas Access project, co-funded by Creative Europe, which works to make music and performance spaces more inclusive for deaf people. Maria Chiara Argiro and her band offer us her music, while Argentino Cirillo, a deaf performer, uses her body to convey the words, the melodies and rhythms of the music. Argentina prepares for her shows with choreographer Ambra Bianchini, creator of a method for making music visible to deaf people. Now we have a way for you to experience this event in an extra dimension, so to speak, by wearing a few of the vibrating vests. You can get them at the entrance over there. Yes, that's where they're waving. We have a few of them, so you can wear them, and if you feel that you've done with the experience, bring them back so that someone else can wear them. Okay, right. Are you ready for this unique experience? Yes? Thank you so much. Please give a huge round of applause, either by clapping or, of course, this way. Yes? For All Areas Access.
You can come closer if you want, yeah? How should I know?
Just want to be left to know you.
Unspoken, 6 little words unspoken. Some rules cannot be broken. Stay in your lane. One thing, it's a game we're playing. Some rules are made for breaking. It's just a game. It's just a game. It's just a game. It's just a Argentina Cirillo, Christos Ilianidis, Riccardo Ghiaberta. My name is Maria Chiara Girò. Grazie.
Thank you so much. That was extraordinary, right? I don't think we've ever experienced anything like that. Most of us. That was sensational. To be able to see, hear, feel, experience it completely is wow. I think you feel the same. I can't see you so well because of the light, but you must be as mesmerized as I am. Can we give them one more round of applause, both auditive as well as visually? I'm a bit like lost for words, which is quite rare for me because talking is my job. So, yeah, that's really, really special. Thank you so much. This will stay with us for a long time. We are going to experience another sensational performance in only about 15 minutes. We'll be back with, which is our last performance of the day. It celebrated Spanish artist Maria Arnal, who fuses voice, body, electronics and artificial intelligence into an immersive performance from a feminist perspective. This sounds, again, as an amazing experience, so we all invite you to stay for that. Even sound checking is going to be interesting, I can tell you. It's only in 15 minutes, so I'd say let's just all stay together till the very end. In 15 minutes, Maria Arnal, thank you so much.
Vibra mi mente al pensar en la posibilidad de encontrar un rumbo diferente para abrir de par en par los cuadernos del amor, del gauchaje de toda la gente. Reírnos como hermanos, porque esperar para cambiar
Zeker? Ja, was zit daar? Ja, die is die niet goed. Dus je hebt die de resoluut goed. Ja. Wacht eens op een ding.
flojo. Sí, estoy al máximo. Ay, 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 ay. No, está igual. No. Ey, ey, sí, sí. Solo me oigo por la izquierda. Solo por la izquierda. Ey, 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 ey. Use still the check, eh? Check line. Ahora sí. Ah, vale, vale, ahora sí. Ahora sí, ahora sí. Ok. Vale, voy a probar. Ey. Vale. Pues estoy ready, sí.
Welcome, or welcome back everyone to the Festival of the New European Bauhaus. Thank you so much for joining us both here in Brussels as well as online via the live stream. Here we come together to shape a more sustainable, a more beautiful, a more inclusive and a more vibrant future through creativity and innovative ideas. We celebrate Europe and we celebrate a positive new future through culture. We are ready for our final show of today, and I must say, we're ending with a bang. Celebrated Spanish singer, songwriter, and experimental artist Maria Arnal presents AMA, a performance merging voice, body, electronics, and artificial intelligence into an immersive musical experience from a feminist perspective. The work addresses themes such as love, grief, desire, feminine inheritance, vulnerability, and transformation, while questioning the boundaries between the physical and the digital self. I hope you're ready for this. Before the performance, a short Q&A with Managing Director of the Ars Electronica Festival, Veronika Liebel, will give more context to the process. Can I hear some enthusiasm for this? Well, how are you feeling? Woo! With a huge, even bigger round of applause, give it up for Maria Arnal and Veronika Liebel.
Very warm welcome from my end for this big bang as it was introduced. My name is Veronika Liebel. I'm the festival director of Ars Electronica, but I'm today actually representing STARTS, which is an initiative of the European Commission honoring and bringing out new types of innovation at the nexus of science, technology, and the arts. As STARTS was founded originally at DG Connect, one of the masterminds, Ralf Dumm, is also here today with us. Warm applause. But I promise I will be very short in talking because the DNA of STARTS was always doing it, living the practice, also bringing really outstanding artworks, performances into this world. One we will experience later today. And STARTS was really built and found also with the conviction that artists are not only commenters or explainers of technology, but very much, in fact, drivers of innovation. When you have the possibility really to open also research laboratories, industry, of course also academia, and build genuine collaborations between art and science, you can also see new types of innovation coming out, types of innovation which are not only directed towards economic orientation, but very much also bridging to societal and environmental innovation. And that's exactly something we want to highlight. That's something we practiced throughout the past decade in many different forms. We built a whole ecosystem within STARTS, starting with the STARTS Prize, which honors every single year outstanding innovative collaborations and artistic explorations. In fact, we received nearly 19,000 submissions from 124 countries in the last 10 years, bringing out 300 projects. We have conducted also 380 residency projects within the last years, bringing together artists, activists, designers, coders, architects, and many, many more. We've also worked in residency formats, in academies like educational programs. We've worked in regional centers to build also regional communities and industry-related projects. And all of this is summarized in a new publication from STARTS, which highlights not only what we built, but also very much the methodologies we gathered, the learnings from the last 10 years on impact assessment, on, of course, how we set up these collaborations, how we do activity programs. And that publication is available on STARTS.eu. I need to do a bit of advertisement today, also on the archive of Ars Electronica for free, in fact, but you can also purchase it online if you're keen to do so. That brings me also to the reason why we're here. because we really share the same conviction with the European Bauhaus that cultural imagination, artistic intelligence, also participation across disciplines, also participations with the civil society are essential drivers for innovation. And that's exactly what we tried to showcase in the last years. Also, this is something you will experience in the performance we are about to witness by Maria. Maria is a Barcelona-based artist, singer, and composer known for her extraordinary blend of avant-garde pop, electronics, and traditional polyphonic music. She has performed at Sonar. Yes, a big applause.
Thank you.
She has performed at Sonar, at Ars Electronica, at the Venice Dance Biennial, also at CERN Art and Science Summit, among many, many other places, of course. And most importantly, her work is really inseparable from collaboration with institutions, collaborations with scientists, also collaborations with many voices and many communities out there. And in 2024, that's how we got together. You received a honorary mention from Start's Prize for a project called Mariah Choir, where audiences could interact in a real-time duet with an AI trained from your voice. The project is really a fantastic exploration, also approach into how to blend and work research between human and synthetic voices. And since then, this is a collaboration, by the way, with the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, and some of the collaborators are here tonight too. And I know that you have actually intensified much your collaboration since then. So maybe to start also with the first question, when you look back now to also the collaborations within BSc, also with Starts, how did your own artistic practice actually change through this? How do you think that, or what might have opened also for your own work on this?
A lot, really. Like, in so many different levels, I've experienced a lot of growth, really. Just in terms of like music production, to get to know all these tools, to understand them, to compose with them, the difference, like it's huge in my actual daily practice, you know. But also how it has reformulated on the whole dimension of my own instrument, which is the voice, you know. How I sing now, when I think about singing, I not only think about it only through my physical voice. I think about singing not only with my physical voice, but also with all these digital prostheses, no, trained with data sets with my voice, and this makes a whole difference. But of course, the possibility to getting to know and having the experience of going every week with a group of scientists that are like amazing people, by the way, and to have the beauty of the collaboration. I'm super in love with that, you know. Creating new landscapes that were not there before for me and for them, you know. When you see how the energy comes and goes and we just grow together, this is beautiful. And of course, I learned a lot of you know, technical knowledge of how all these models work. We actually like try to build one on our own, no? And it was a super nice experience. And so artistically, it has changed me, and also like it has made me grow a lot, and I'm very thankful, really. Yeah.
I mean, you briefly touched upon in a side sentence. It sounds a bit like you're not only a musician, you're also somehow a connector of different disciplines, of different people, of different ways of sensing really the world. What do you think enables this? What would otherwise not be possible?
You know, I get a little bit frustrated in the idea of, you know, having only one profession, you know, like my curiosity is huge. And, you know, my mother is a scientist, and she was teaching all her life science. And so I feel that I learned from her to be very curious, to have this will to understand how things work, and to just like experiment. I love how you presented the program, no? It was about doing, no? And doing is failing always, no? It's trying is failing, and this is like something that for me, of course, it's frustrating sometimes, no? When you have an idea of what has to happen, but I fall in love with the process very much because there's always something that I wasn't expecting that comes as almost as a present, no? And this process has been full of these experiences, and most of all they were shared. And just answering to your question, I just feel for me, you know, I move in between different worlds that inside myself they are very like they are organically like together, you know. So I just, when I think of a song now, I don't know, I just like want to express all these different realities that or different passions and curiosities I have inside. And of course this is horrible in the interviews when people ask me, like in the music world, yeah, what's about your album? And then I start to speak about BCC, and then the models and the data sovereignty and the feelings in the song and the instruments, because, you know, I work a lot with organs and old instruments. So this album is really like a mix of so many different things that I was like somehow connected with in the last 2-3 years. Also the album, like, of course, the concept of the album is also about the physicality of the voice in a moment where, you know, these synthetic voices share other kind of physicalities, you know. And but also because I have been working a lot with dancers lately and composing for a choreography for a choreographer called Marcos Morau and his company called La Veronal. I also wanted this show to be very physical, to have dancers, and then we developed with Intelligent Instruments Lab, who also got a mention, and I met them in the year you invited me, yeah, 2024. We developed like bracelets that the dancers use in the choreography live, and these serve as controllers of my synthetic voices. So they sync with my voice through their movements, you know, through their bodies. And yeah, and so yeah, the project is complex, you know. There's so many different like bubbles I could go in, and yeah, step by step.
Complex, but actually something we will experience in just a couple of minutes or seconds even. So maybe you can guide us a bit through what are we experiencing tonight.
Okay, so this is really like a short version and very solo version of the big one, okay? If you want to see the big one, you need to come to Spain. I'm touring a lot this summer and this year, but internationally, thank you. Internationally, by now, it's the solo version. So you're going to see some of the songs that were created with these tools, and the whole, and some of the songs of the album. And I hope you enjoy it. It's really voice-centric, and I hope you like it.
I am sure everybody will. Thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Tonight.
Yeah.
I would say the stage is yours.
Thank you so much.
Hola, hola. Okay, it's starting now, okay?
Que me rompan y me rompan, que me quiten lo que soy. a beber, que me rompan y me rompan, que me quiten lo que soy, que me aten con espinas, que yo de aquí no me voy, y por mucho que me quiten, ay, 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 que hoy no me voy, que no me voy, que me digan lo que quieran, que yo tiro por aquí. Que me rompan y me rompan, que me quiten lo que soy, que me aten con espinas, que yo de aquí no me voy, y por mucho que me quiten, ay, 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 que yo no me voy, que no me voy.
Thank you so much. It's time to present my band today. Apart from the voices, you have here this amazing instrument. It's a custom-made MIDI of portative organ. And yeah, it's coming. You're going to listen to it. This is also one of these old instruments that I'm using in this album. This song is called Por tus penas. this computer has no battery, okay? So I'm gonna need, yeah, it ran out of battery, guys. Yes. Look, I'm gonna change this one. So this is a moment where I speak, no? And okay, I wanted to say that the organ, because I was, so the organ was one of the first attempts to imitate the human voice, no? To bring the human voice out of the human body, just as we do now with synthetic voices. And it just works exactly, yes, exactly, yeah. Okay, bravo. Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna pass by and then we go to the song where this is performing, okay? Okay, let's continue. Or do you want to know more things about this instrument? Or anything else? Somebody wants to make to put a question? Okay, no. Yeah, so I bought it. This is the organ builder of this custom-made organ. It's the organ builder of so many amazing organs in Spain. And he builds and takes care of huge organs with thousands of pipes. And some years ago, I discovered that portative organs existed, thanks to an amazing performer who is called Catalina Vicens. I recommend her you so much. She plays mostly like medieval organ songs, and she tours all over Europe. So probably she comes to Brussels. And so, and I met her, and then I met him, and I told him, hey, because all the organs that are built nowadays all have MIDI systems, okay, all the big ones. And I said, like, why don't you put a MIDI system, since you have them, you know, to a portative one. And then to the story comes the third part that is the craziest, because a toy builder, toy designer, okay, that was already retired, that was like super obsessed with organs and super close friend of this organ builder. He was like a toy designer that worked for Mattel, you know, Barbie, you know, and in LA, but he's from Catalonia, and he's the neighbor of the organ builder. And then he said, okay, I'm gonna do this project for my retiring, you know. And then he built this organ, and then the organ builder put the MIDI part, and then so we designed it together. So yeah, it's a long story that I hope. It's not enough? Oh my god. Okay. What should we do? Big thank to Fernando Cucchietti y José Luis de Vicente, please. Okay. We will continue. Thank you for the comprehension.
Por si te asoma Y si te veo, te cantaré. Tú mi amor, mi amor, tú mi amor, mi amor, tú mi amor, mi amor, mi amor, tú mi amor, mi amor, tú mi amor, mi amor, mi amor, tú mi amor. Thank you. Ando por el bosque con tu carta, las ramas me preguntan por ti. En esta ciudad tan lejana, a mí
thank you very much. I just want to say that I'm coming to Brussels actually to play in Botanique by the end of the year. Yeah, you can find this in my socials. It just crossed my mind, and I was like, don't forget it. Okay, we are arriving at the end of this short show. Excuse me so much with this, okay? But yeah, I feel you are connected with me, so thank you very much. Okay, this is actually one of my favorite songs. It's all voices, kicks, and all the doors of my house, okay? Like there's every door of my house is here.
Por la calle, por la noche, salgo sola a pasear, sí, por la noche, por la calle, por si te voy a encontrar. Si me miras de reojo, si me miras sin parar, si me sigues con la mirada y no la puedo esquivar. Que me miras con locura, me miras con devoción y yo ya no siento en el cuerpo ni un poquito de razón y sí, 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 ya te vi, ya te vi. Si me miras, verás en mis dos mejillas dos claveles florecer. Si tú sientes esta flecha, si ya se encendió tu mecha, y si sientes ya mi flecha, yo te doy mecha. Te cantaré día y noche, tú mi joya, yo tu broche. Toco maderita para que te quedes más. Toco, maderita toco, maderita que la puerta ya está abierta. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Maria Arnal, spectacular, yeah?
Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you so much to everyone that has collaborated somehow with me during these years.
And your performance in Brussels is on November 18th in Botanique.
That's great, because
Just
I
so
know
you know. So if you want, so we'll see you there.
Thank you. Yeah.
All of us, right? Maria Anna.
Thank you.
Fantastic. That was spectacular. What a way to close this day at the Festival of the New European Bauhaus. We had a fantastic day celebrating deaf accessibility, innovation, experimentation, and also some feminism with that. Let's meet again tomorrow at 1:30 with creative and imaginative live performances and workshops such as this one from all over Europe, celebrating positive change through culture. Before we start here at 1:30, I have something very special to share with you. You can witness the slow walk created by none other than Anne-Theresa de Keersmaker. Yes, hello. Yes, she's created a fantastic performance which moves at roughly 5 meters per minute. It's not called a slow walk for nothing. And that sets off from 3 different points here in the Parc du Cinquantenaire. It starts at 10 and it will end at the Arc. You can find more about this unique experience at our festival website. I would really recommend you looking it up. I want to say thank you so much to our amazing crew who's made all of this happen today, and not just today, all of the days. Yes, they deserve a massive applause. Thank you so much. And also thanks so much to you, our audience, both here in Brussels as well as online, for being with us. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow for our last day of our festival. I want to say have a great evening, get home safe, and see you tomorrow.
Het is ook gewoon een super warm groepje. Ja,